Hello everyone. Sorry you heard that gavel hit. Yeah, it's like press any key and I happen to press a key. It happens. Before we start, I do have to do some corrections here. I do have to apologize for being an idiot. A fe de ratas if you speak Spanish. I realize that I'm pretty sure even, I confuse the Scarlet Letter with a Scandal in Bohemia, which I don't know how that happened because I read both of those like over 10 years ago, but I read them at some point in my life. Uh, for some reason I confused the two. I'm going to assume because it's been like over 10 years and the themes of both of those are misogyny, technically. Like, if we go to the bare basics of what it is about, it is kind of about misogyny. Like, that's about it, really. So that was on me, and I am stupid, as we all know. And the second one is that I keep, like, the Meiji era is kind of it does cover a certain period of time, so like I forget dates very often. Like this is famously an issue with me. I'm terrible with numbers and I'm terrible with dates and I'm awful with names. This happens all the time. Uh I can embarrass myself and be honest and admit that it took me over 15 years to actually remember my family members, like first degree family names, like my uncles and aunts, like, and my cousins. Like I didn't finish learning their names until I was like 15 or 16, and not because there are many of them and not because I don't see them very often. I literally just have that bad of a memory. What can you do? So I keep forgetting this has to be like the story has to be happening in the 1900s, early, like beginning 1900s, because then I was like, wait, Soseki Natsume, like his character is like in his 30s, if memory serves me right. Like he's an adult man, so like that means that he has to be like this has to be. It cannot be anything but the 1900s because otherwise he would be either too old. It would not make sense for him to be around the age that he looks he is, basically. So I keep saying like 200 years, but like really is 120 something years at the most. Like give or take, that's it. But to be fair, besides me being stupid and being done with numbers, to be fair, any year after 2020 feels like 1,000 years ago to me. And I think that that's a common issue for people. um, but yeah, I'm stupid. I am very dumb. I'm very stupid. So I apologize for that. I'm sure that was infuriating to the people who actually remember stuff and do not confuse one story with another story for some whatever reason. I do genuinely wonder why that happened. Like they just got twisted in my mind. Like they were the opposite thing. But yeah. Anyway, those are the corrections. And once more, I do apologize for being a fucking moron. With that out of the way, let's continue with this. Again, I think this is a conspiracy. Um, I have a bad feeling about this if the title didn't make it obvious, and I don't like my position in it. So let us continue with the situation that I can only assume is gonna get worse. I can only assume. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m., the Old Bailey Defenders Antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up? That's, not well. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Gini, are you alright? Why are you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I got to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, yes, I that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed decoder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a show when the prosecution first presented it to the court. And I'm not gonna lie and say that it's not helping our case, but... Surely you're gonna have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Huh. Petey, why don't you talk to us? Why don't you stop being a fucking tsundere? Like, I get it, it's an archetype, the people love it, but at some point it's starting it's gonna start screwing you, and this is kind of like the point when it starts screwing you, and I kinda just need you to talk, we kinda just need you to talk to us. Please. Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Uno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we really like to hear it from you, and it will help the case. And it will help you be out of jail. And I don't think you would like to be in jail. Like, would you like to be in jail? Alright then. It was after we had a dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we had a chat about in your office anyway? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slept out and went to the street. Went down the street to the 221 to Indian Plan's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that shelves unlike something what he won't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in love with Windybanks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybanks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea how that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you'd like in there. So I gave the old lamp of the counter a bit of a wick. That was when... They kept going. Yeah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter, was waving it in like in there like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was here in the afternoon. I didn't think people just went in for armed robbery. Yeah, the Mantis script. Have you got it here? The show leave a lot of pay-per-view. A story. I beg your pardon? The hand of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, your lady? But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sean's really pawning here or not. Please just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my wand around, would you? So then the old car unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And he was there, alright. The manuscript. Chums weren't lying after all. Idiot, that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulking brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burgers convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, I'll come again. Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he threw the gun on my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the store like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Something like they got in the video as crap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out of the starter myself when... I had a couple shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right into the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as lock it quick as you like. Because you know whoever has shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cop's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was the gunner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you pass out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cop might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. This poor kid. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Warner's about to put the real culprit to the meal. Yeah, it's time to fuck up ex-Benedict. That motherfucker. I do wonder, like this is an actual wonder that I have. Like this is an actual thing. Why the Hound of the Baskervilles? Like, I don't remember much of the story, but like the entire point, if memory's not fucking with me again, is that there's this guy who says that there's like some kind of monster dog creature. Well, the entire point is that there's a guy basically committing murders to inherit a property, to make sure that he inherits this property. Like, it's almost a Scooby-Doo plot. In the sense that, oh, you think it's a monster, but no, it's just a dude. Who, like, is using this big dog to get people... To get away with inheriting a property. Like, that was the gist of it, if memory serves me right. Why? Like, it's a classic, yeah. But what I'm wondering is, where's the connection here? Because we haven't met anyone with the name Baskerville. Like, for the record, the man in question he wasn't even a Baskerville. That was a fake identity. He had like a different name. But like, we haven't met anyone with that name. We haven't even heard of anyone being killed by a dog. Like, the only mention of the Baskervilles that we have up until this point is at the very beginning of this case. Otherwise, we're completely in the dark here. And I do wonder why. Like, what's the thread here, is what I'm wondering. Like, what's the connecting thread with everything else? Same with Ex Benedict, like, why is he here? That call I was there in the afternoon. That Egger Benedict. Yeah, which is probably a fake name, really. Like, who'd call themselves Egger Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. Hey, he was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can't leave it all in Runer's capable hands now, Jeannie. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer out of the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And as strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh no. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend, who is fucking dead. He owned a farm too close to the sun. No, really, he keeps aura farming every time that he's on the screen, even though he's dead. At this point, he's aura farming in heaven. Asuka, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Gay! It doesn't help that he's clearly supposed to be Edward's ancestor. But with the poses, like the poses he does are exactly the same as Edward's, so, you know. Since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. I say, I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Huh? That's why you're a friend, Genie. Iris, we know you better than you think. And we come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Narahada, Defendant Gina Lestrade handling our representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. And please be quick. I don't want to work your balls again. I know the judge tells me to do it all the time, but I don't particularly like doing that part of the job, so please move along. Yes, of course. Thank you for not working our balls. Okay. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. You see at last, the final chapter, final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Gay! Yay! 17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Norman 6, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. That was very unprofessional of me. I'll study less fish and chips. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my court. Huh. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. I'm gonna make your life miserable when you least expect it, old man. My lord! A subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon Albert work at London Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about. You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is being a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Does he have to vogue when he does that? Like, does he have to vogue in court? Is my question. Like, come on, dude. You don't have to vogue in court. That's silly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Bitches. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by these self-professed detective story. It was the will of the jury, and a great British justice system demands that the jury will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long have I expect to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in the matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be swayed, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. This is small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Well, apologies, you are? Yonosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. Ah. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Like, I'm not giving this shit. Go get it somewhere else. Like, somebody else can find it for you. I mean, okay, this seems like the kind of thing that I should press. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such, even if they don't want to admit as evidence that it's the same blood that we found on the disc, therefore it's the same blood that you own, that is in your veins. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? That's your best excuse? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Well, he's not great, he's kind of an idiot. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Okay, someone has an opinion that I need to hear. Yes, sweetie, what do you have for me? Excuse me! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin, and or the other Mr. Skulkin? It could be either of those. Hey, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Rob Sulky. We're talking about the first Skulkin, the one that looks like Luigi. Like, I know this is a Mario Brothers reference. The one that looks like Luigi. Mr. Nash Culkin. Hey, okay, come blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind and you made a sound and I had an indicator that said that I could pursue you? Would you care to share that thought with the court? So this, choice that I made makes any sense. Me thoughts. I don't have none of them. It must be him. You what? Mr. Nash Culkin, answer the question, please. Before I lose my mind. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his hammer on that much more, I open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Oh, well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, I was waiting for him and, Oh, hell bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? The fact that you're holding the place where I'm assuming you got shot does not help your point. Your case, like your case is whack. This entire case is whack. But like your case is specific whack. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Ignore the fact that I'm holding my arm in a way that would indicate that I feel pain. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. Like, again, you're not helping your case, Han. Like, at least try to make it seem like you're not injured. No. I refuse. You can't refuse, it's a court of law. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Do I need to get a warrant? To check your fucking arm? Asshole. Like, look at that pose. He's in clear pain, and I'm supposed to, like, not take it. Like, come on. We're supposed to just act like, yeah, no, I can get away with that. Come on. Bitch. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windyban's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony, please. Because it's not true and I can use it to, be annoying to him. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. He's so angry. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Yeah, sure, whatever. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. Objection! No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Gregson, what do you have for me? Excuse me. What do you have for me, my good old Gregson friend? Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, sunshine. You were there too. In fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? You might remember? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. Another time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Yeah, what's going on with Grayson? With Gregson? Oh god, is Gregson involved in a conspiracy? Is he part of whatever conspiracy is going on? Is that what it is? Is this on purpose because he's in the fucking whatever conspiracy is going on? I swear to God, Gregson, if you're in the conspiracy, I'm gonna get so upsetty spaghetti about it. Wax, he showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the camera that Hudley saw in Windybanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I would say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with a broker. Nothing more. Yeah, Gregson's silence is very telling in this situation. This makes no sense. I understand what Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Conspiracy. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? Why do you think we know? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Okay, that one was funny. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. Oh, thanks to the Skulking brothers. Yeah, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a puppet look into the core record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. I mean, clearly, if the idea is to prove that he had something to do with it. I hate that that's his comment on that. Anyway, okay, if you weren't there for any items, then explain the music box disc. Objection! Ned. Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is it supposed to mean something? This was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times, no, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. You know, it's a music box disc, as they are. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, can I see your thumb? Can you show me your thumbs, please? You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumbs? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What? What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? We have established from the beginning of the trial that that disc did not even belong to Gina. It belonged to McGilded. So, that's not good for you? Like, that's not a useful, like, distraction as far as, like, trying to get yourself out of this situation. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my lean friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Yeah, whatever, bro. Fucking nut. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy godling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later than the same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Yeah, the one that died in a fucking fire in the place where he committed a murder. That guy, who I assume got killed by whatever conspiracy is going on. Perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. I'm not surprised. He seemed to be acquainted with a lot of people. Order? Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name mutter here in my courtroom again. Ayush, did you forget what happened in the other sections of the trial? Okay, whatever. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon he is claiming that this belonged to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Okay, so I'm wondering here. Like I'm doing brain stuff right now. I'm having thoughts, which is never good, but like I'm having the thoughts. And this is what I'm thinking. This guy works at a communications office. McGilded was a loan shark. he's probably, like, this guy is probably paid well enough that he wouldn't need to get himself involved with McGilded in a economic sort of way. He might not be lying about the disc, because if the whole selling government secrets thing that we saw in the paper is actually relevant, which it is, because otherwise the game wouldn't make it a thing that we should check, that is important. I think that what might have happened here is that McGilded came to this guy, like, either he took money from McGilded for some other reason, or McGilded came in specifically to this guy to pay him for those government secrets, slash, if he took money from him and he couldn't repay him, he basically was like, well, I can give you government secrets that you can use to blackmail people in power. Like, I think that that's what happened. And then McGilded kills that other guy for reasons that I still don't understand. And then gets killed himself, which I assume is by whoever would have been affected by said government secrets being used as blackmail. That makes the most sense. And so this guy just went to retrieve the disc because, well, he did technically steal government secrets. He probably didn't want to get in trouble because of that. It would make the most sense that he would want the disc to destroy it. So then his hands end up clean. Like, he doesn't have to worry about it. Like, that thing just coming back to him at some point. Yeah, and yet it's in our hands again.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Excuse me?
Excuse me!
Literally, excuse me? Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way?
No, I didn't. There's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to the public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going in the Advance 6?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Persons like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Long Stronghat, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Gregson, are you in league with the obviously evil Strongheart? I'm so disappointed in you. You are kind of like Moe, but like, in an annoying cop kind of way.
The bottom line is, if you wanna get more out of me, you're gonna need Lon Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Six here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. Okay, but like, you did? Yeah, this is from Mason, so... Objection! This is the one, I think. This disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again! And in any case, this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness has no reason to visit the Van Brockery again that night.
Objection!
No. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. As is a second Van Broker ticket approves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks Van Brockery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulking Brothers. Ah!
This is the second ticket, is it?
Where had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box, which is the least descriptive description Windybank could have possibly written.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Agreed. Are you suggesting that I broke into the Van Brockery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. And indeed with those clowns. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been refuted, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Theft is funnier, to be fair. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
No, not really. Because here's the thing. He might not know what that box looks like. Like, he might not know. And there's a bunch of boxes for sale. So he wouldn't, like, it would take him too long to search. It would make more sense to try to search where the articles are still stored, and or get Windybank to just give him the article himself if he doesn't know what it looks like. Precisely because the description is so vague. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
There's also that. He might have needed it, like, immediately. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord 16?
I do hate to ruin my lens friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybanks Van Brockery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic print to the court if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Holy Rehani recorders again. As previously explained using this fan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for salons were fitted. You know, I was waiting to see when they were gonna bring the second camera, since we've only seen photos from the first. Of course they're gonna bring it up to ruin my fun. Of course it's gonna be to screw me personally, because why else would they bring up the second camera?
According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
Okay.
And then here we have another print. He's also taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Okay, but they are different. Like, I can't exactly put my finger on where. But it is different.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
Okay, that's gonna make it slightly easier. Wait, are they? Like it feels like they're like something feels out of place here, but I'm not sure what. Oh, it's the box. It's a small circular box that I remember seeing that other time. It's slightly moved from one side to the other. Well, that means that was moved, so I'm guessing what was taken was the contents of the box and then it was put back.
But I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in action in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir! We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. We did not notice that one of them was moved from one side to the... Like, if you notice that circular box that I pointed out in the last stream that we did this, because it looked kind of like a hat box, in the 11 p.m. picture is to the left, like it covers mostly the left of the picture frame behind it, and in the 2 a.m. it covers mostly the right of the picture frame behind it. Like, it's a very clear thing when you look at it. So, Gregson, your men are stupid, and you are also stupid. Maybe not as stupid as me, but very stupid. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Who fucking cares if they're moved or not, right? In other words, nothing was taken from the Van Brockery on the night in question. And my learned friend's secession is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Yeah. I don't believe it. I do. They're stupid. Yonosuke, they're British. And specifically English. What do you expect? You could have just shown that he stolen Mangilda's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Wuno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No, their assertion is ass. I wish I could say that in court. Your assertion is ass. Literally. Right there at the beginning. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Yes!
I might want to use I could point out the discrepancy, but I feel like it's easier if I just use a piece of evidence to prove the discrepancy at this point. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something. What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the car record to identify the discrepancy. The more that he keeps quiet, the more that I think Band 6 knows exactly what's going on. That's why he's picking a fight with Gregson. That's why he's doing the things that he's been doing, the way that he's been doing them. I just wish he would tell me that. I just wish he would come to me and be like, hey, insert racial slur here, because he would, like any other British person in this fucking game, which makes sense because it's the 1900s. There's a conspiracy going on, and I'm trying to, you know, fuck around with it. I'm trying to do something about it. Just so you know, the racism is real, but my intention to fuck you over is not. Like, yeah, okay, you're racist, but you're not trying to screw me. Cool, I guess. Weird phrases that sound much worse out of context, I fear.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy between the two prints?
Where's the, there it is, the stereoscope thing.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyes compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, you and all. Let's put the pictures in place and see what these wonderful contraptions show us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. This would be a lot more exciting if this was still in a 3DS. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the core council. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
The one that is very... I know that it's because this was, like... I know it's because this was originally in the 3DS, so they, you know, they put on all of the little 3D stuff so you could just... Still, it's funny. It's kind of funny.
Take that!
It's kind of funny. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, the box. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Okay, I know it says small box, but like in the map view, when we were investigating the pawnbroker, it looked larger. It looked like it could fit a hat. I wouldn't call that small. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Did you not check that? He's so stupid.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact?
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? The vase was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. You don't know that? Like, did you check inside the box? Did we know if the box had any contents? Van Six, are you an idiot? Well, he's English, so why am I even asking? Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but Yonosuke, please. Alright, Magildus' box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah, it changed everything, because what if it was... it's a box! What if it's something inside of the box? And they took the thing that is inside of the box, and then they put the box back to make it seem like nothing was stolen. Duh! I believe this changed... this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be true? Or be, rather. But also be true, because, like, what... yeah. But also, clearly the box had contents in it, and that's what matters. Like... I'm just losing my mind that that's not the first thing that they think about. It's like, okay, so that's the box. Was there something in the box? Would that be important, whatever contents the box has? Like, how is that not the first thing that they're thinking about? Why are they so obsessed with the box and not the context of the box? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you for being the voice of reason. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Six. Bailiff, I arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once and walk their rules. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Suck my dick, Van Six! Fuck off, bitch! This is so dramatic, and I'm just like, it took them that long to figure it out. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a fuss. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Six. This is nothing but a smoke screen, and if it needs a specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? Can you stop being racist for 5 seconds? My alert friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Really? That's your excuse? It's like, nah, the stuff there is too cheap. Who fucking cares? Oh, 1-6 when I get ya! When I get ya, you piece of shit! Them. This is a stupid excuse. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society. His reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Oh, really? Really? That's what you're doing? That's what... Really? Really? You fucked me with the box, you're a piece of shit, and then you bring up my shame. This is like if Godot brought the fucking Matt Legar case right in front of Phoenix. Like you can't do that. You can't be the kind of bitch. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't, which is different. The articles this absentee member of Society Pond were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. Don't lie to me, you bastard. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. There's this asshole. Oh my god, you people. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. No, it's not! It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance this commonplace article spawned by these fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, you fucked me. Why you matter, Uno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGillis is a true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGillis' acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean that I would look like a fucking idiot, and they wouldn't trust me anymore with this defense, and it would suck ass, because I would immediately get like a guilty verdict at this point. Admitting that Gina committed perjury. Could it be that Van Six knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? Yes, clearly. Clearly he's doing this because he knows. Like, it makes sense. But also, how could you? Well, maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Uno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGillis deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage her chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well, I'll take the Gina testifying. Like, I don't think leaving it is gonna do us any favors either. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillis' small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. Independent. What then? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGillis, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Fuck you, for the record. Lord Van Six, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you a good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish.
Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Please.
Good luck, Bruno. I'm gonna need a lot of luck, girl. Hey, Jeannie. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, a trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least, and now here we are all again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Okay, Ivan Six, don't lie to me. You took this job specifically because the case had to do with with this bullshit conspiracy that I don't know about. For some reason. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, will you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. That... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Dude, that's a teenager. You don't have to be a dick to her like that. That man six. You need to listen to him. Please, you have to trust Uno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my land friend He's hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. It's a bit.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
Don't worry about it, you're like old.
However, it would appear that Mr. McGilde's porn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Six said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Most responsible lawyer ever. Although, arguably, if McGilded wanted, he could have just stayed in jail. Like, he could have be named guilty, got in a fancy jail instead of like, you know, the common ones, or maybe even like house arrest. Like, did they do house arrest in that time period? I don't know, but he could have that. He could have gotten that, and like he could have gotten a good deal, and he would have been fine, arguably. To this, that dream made the covers in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill did sleep the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
How do you say, my lord?
And there's this there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGildes's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my land friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was some lies. And the guilty fellow was right into the court just like a pickpocket.
Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in it together.
Yeah, wrong, the lawyer, yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer there. He didn't do nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Yes. Please.
He really snitched up there, everyone out there. What an operation to get that man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGildes's porn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my land student friend. Why are you adding words to my title, question mark? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable.
He says that as if he's never, like, accidentally convicted someone who was innocent. Like, you can't tell me that that never happened in your career, honey.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Why me, Mr. Naruhodo?
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
I find it funny that it's such a like big deal. That he got like he got McGilded free. Mostly because it's like you can't just say, well, like he's my client, is my job, and also he lied to me and I believe that he was innocent because that is kind of my job as a lawyer. So like why is he getting reprimanded when Gina is the only one who technically committed a crime? It's not a crime to defend someone who's guilty. Like, I get it, it's about, you know, it's a video game. It's about something else, but also it's kind of funny to me. Like, that's not how lawyering works in the real world.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strad? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillet was the sole passenger, did you not?
Oh, it's testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGillet and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I had a nose like someone kneeling over the floor. It was Blue Milano.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. What's with you when he's just giving his back to her like that, and I don't know what's up with him. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cup lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he saw the cup with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard though 101. About his disc and all. I was just scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with a knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I live and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
Okay. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a car with a knife in the slots. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back on the seat where I started off. Once the carriers came to a halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it will appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. I left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Bippo, if memory serves me.
Ah, yes, his suffering is increasing. What did Mr. What did Magilda... I'm so used to Mr. Magilda that that's just... I default to it. It's kind of obvious that I default to it because I make that mistake all the time, but it's just like my brain defaults to it. What did Magilda and the driver say to each other? I know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windybanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Consul. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion of the van broker slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Six.
Oh, so for him it's just like, oh, it slipped his mind, and for her it's like it's perjury. Cool, Van Six, cool. Magilla took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up carefully before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't he? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Magilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running up for the lick. Then the bug tried to call to me and told me to come out from the drags cabin.
Hold it!
But I knew how exactly. Toby I'd only be able to scalp her if I didn't exactly what he said. You know, I wanna check something. Wait! You're not just you're not just turned around, you guys are whispering to each other. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? The fuck are you doing whispering while I'm doing my cross-examination? Like, I wanted to check because I was weirded out that he has, like, no one has said anything. He's been turned around this entire time. But now I'm sure of the conspiracy. Inspector Mr. Graydon!
Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack!
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now, even though I didn't check. But considering the pose, I assume it was the entire time that I've been in cross-examining. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? Well, this fella. Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with your shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of this disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. Do you think I'm stupid? Actually, yeah, they probably think I'm stupid. They're racist. It's as if they've been negotiating.
You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about?
Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. English really put her faith in you, know. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Question in every statement. That was what I was doing. I guess I didn't finish pressing her on the last one, because I had to stop these two from whispering to each other.
Hold it!
Okay, yeah, this is... We were left there. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was, he told me I have to hang onto a ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
And that he didn't show up to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed. I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
Really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilder have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilder had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, and so I left it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Mr. Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've had enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilder took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilder's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, I know that they were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten him? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't a crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't a crime.
Not yet, anyway. Wait until it's 2025. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
My box! Finally! The mysterious little box deposited by McGilder 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Finally. Finally, we're gonna find out what the box is. You know, considering the disc, it might just be a music box. Like, it might just be a music box that can actually play that specific disc. Like, that might be it. That might be everything that we need. Yeah, it kind of looks like a weird music box, even.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilder 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It is a music box!
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Whoa, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
And is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the player of this disc, my lord.
here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windy Banks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of this victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell these music boxes to Mr. McGilded?
Yeah? Although I think it's something completely different. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on this disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. The court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box on the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case.
Gregson, you can't fuck me. I don't care that you're part of the fucking conspiracy. You do not get any right to fuck me over this, okay? This is my moment. I'm already screwed with the fact that I allowed McGilded to go free. Do not fuck me over!
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Now you can...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interests here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Thank you, Judge. And I guess 1-6.
What on earth?
It's Morse code. It is the fucking secrets. That's Morse code.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note played over and over again in an irregular sequence. Yeah, because it's Morse code. It's Morse code turned into a music box disc.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. After all, the music box is broken. After all that. Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Like, there's a person who was with you in the communications office thingy in the jury. You think we're not gonna figure out in like 5 seconds that this is Morse code? That this is very clearly Morse code? Come on, dude. He's been doing Morse code this entire, like, trial too, every time she talks. You think we're stupid? Broken. It can be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch shit didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues.
1-6, you're not gonna help me here. Why do you have to be an asshole and not helping me here? You know that that's Morse code. You know what's going on. Come on. You have to be a dick about it. Why do you have to be a dick about it? God.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? But this music emanated from the box, but the music will possibly be a new clue. Yes, it is a clue. Idiot. This court full of idiots, I swear. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, and if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Read me this, Batman. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woefully chiming has on this case? Is the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? Duh. Just because it's a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. That smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like hell, you would know.
Objection! I hate that. Don't say that to me ever again, small child. Do not.
The sounds we've been hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly! The music book is clearly broken. Refusing to accept the fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. Did they? I don't know what the answer is. Yet. No. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. I mean, you wouldn't need any more than one note to do, you know, Morse code. Alright, well, if the music book isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Wuno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I heard another sound very much like this one, like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest violent speculation. Alright then. Whatever, Rich. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... Good question. Let me think about it, because what would... Oh, right, the paper! Like, that's the only thing that would probably be enough to make a case for what we're thinking it is. Well, what we're sure it is, really.
Take that!
This paper, Council. Yeah, haven't you read the London news today?
You need to be more informed, boss.
Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in big purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines of some have been intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Finally, we're bringing her.
Like, we needed the expert, after all. Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the musical disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Why are you surprised that that's what I'm suggesting? That is indeed what I'm suggesting. Duh.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is High Priesthood Council, the serving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I have expect you to know, considering for sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations will certainly pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilden would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Raiden? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Yes. Did you not hear the entire explanation I just did? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lodger has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny is the trial in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Then, let us proceed. You may...
You two. Let's have a rabbit and pig here in the park here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name Nash Skulking. Occupation is professional body. Name's Ringo Skulking, but we ain't bodies enough to set out on a motherland. That's right, where we want to call. The tree skulking from us.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Okay, I kinda like the Skulking Brothers. A mere communications officers couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box are in even Morse code. It was some low-class rig maker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relationship to the man. Yeah, we had only break into the gaff the other night like what they told us to do. If we know there was the dodgy government secret involved, we would have touched it. Okay, so they didn't know that there were government secrets there. Interesting. Everyone's honest reaction to this.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
And Mr. Widow, Governor, well up.
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, God, we did! Oh my god.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Yeah, they are rather getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the kids that was shoving was? Oh, poor old Bloggy have to die, did he? Oh, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Yay!
Boy. Actually, while we're here, let me check this shit. Oh, it's like a little button there. Oh, why is he Uno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're white. Well, come on then. Why are you waiting for this open it? Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on the side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so there's a second disc and we don't know where that is. That's a problem. That's an issue. That's kind of dangerous for us. That might be an issue. That's problematic. Okay, can you prove that it's not Morse code? Can you prove that? They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Of course, question mark. Surely can't be that my land fan is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shook at my ignorance. Do you expect everyone to know Morse code? Ah, ah, I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics of for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Do we even have the time? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct notes. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? To be fair, you could just take the silence between the short notes, like, it's kind of hard to do like a dash with this kind of thing, so I wonder if it's just like, I know that that's the second part where it also plays a different disc, but I wonder if it's just like a thing of like, the space, that empty space there, that is the space for the dash. Like, that's how you would take it, anyway. If it was a single disc. I guess that doesn't make much sense, because you do need the spaces to be able to, like, separate letter by letter. Or entire words. There are combinations that just serve to write entire words for simplicity's sake. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in your future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop, please. Oh, it's your first dating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slide into place so nicely. But there'll still be something I haven't noticed, that I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I mean... might as well. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Japanese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code?
This is the same as before. So just open it and then I can, you know, present it. Okay, same as before.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good
The code has had Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, these music books could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. I just presented the evidence. Though, of course, if my land friend were able to present the code with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can at the moment. You people are so shitty to me. Why is everybody so mean to me? And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Magilda 2 months ago striking a deal with the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason the brickmaker.
Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. This man lies so much, and I hate it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Thank you, Judge.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh yeah, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, you know.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Uh-huh. I am interested in this.
Hold it!
Like, so they knew. So, what, like, what's the connection here? Like, how does this guy who works in communications, and I assume, you know, has a good living, all things considered, how is he acquaintances with these guys is the thing. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? Right, yeah, who else, eh? Kitty me told he was just popping over for a nut after all them years, but then what the hell had dodgy job for us? Hey, Ash. Oh, so they're friends. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? That is such a kind of buddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Why in the brewery at noon?
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Whoa, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together. With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now. Look at him now. His fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't know that believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor power town, just like us. Is that so? But he always was a little one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milton and the skulking milk run? Wait, Milverton? Now was a crocker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscence has no place in this courtroom. Wait, for record, people. Did it change? Okay, your name is Graydon, but... Milverton. Wait. The Gilded Case. Mason Milverton. Oh, that's his son. Oh, that's his child. No wonder. That's the relationship. Oh, you piece of shit. I should have seen it coming. And neither does your fruit. This was a question. And we was answered. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane.
Oh, but I like trips down memory lane.
So can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant? Yes! My lord?
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Hey now, Ma, a skulker's never skulking. Milverton and Skulking's milk run. Got him there with them where the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Yes, a little scheme we had going back when we was younger, so a bit of fun, really. Delivery fresh meat to the locals, that was what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name! So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulking's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did you... where did the Milverton heart come from? Alright, I tell clever cooks like you have worked that out, that's... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Yeah, the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, he saw man was struggling for money so much his wife walked down on him. She took the name Graydon there, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Well, if it is your mother's last name, technically you've always been a Graydon since you were born, but... Come on, dude. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It will be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah!
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulking's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important.
Indeed it does.
That's another change. This is the second time that his name has changed. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all of this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation genie overhead on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the breaking on Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon on the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Well, clearly it was. Thank you, you two. Thank you, evil Mario and Luigi. Wait. Thank you, non-evil Wario and Waluigi. Yeah, about that.
Objection!
That's your dad? That's your dad. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why do you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton! Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Huh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really will take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Why do he have to bug every time? He's so dramatic. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker makes his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Yeah, we never knew nothing about that. The night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
It's rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the two prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Their honest reaction to that. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! Should have worn a black jacket. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? You got you now, my old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. I don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with McGildet. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. You know, you shouldn't be bogging with your arm bleeding like that. I think you need medical attention. Just saying. He's not going to go down with a fight. Not until I can show her evidence, I suppose. What time is it? Oh, it's later than the usual time I get my coffee. Okay, I guess I'll get my coffee now. I'll get my coffee now because I feel like this is gonna end up with like a long testimony that I'm gonna have to cross-examine. So, because she's gonna invent some bullshit. She's gonna invent some bullshit. I can see it happening. So I'm gonna go get myself the coffee and then I'll be right back and then I guess we'll figure out what the fuck is wrong with this guy. So I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, we're back. I have my coffee. I put the fan a little faster because it's hot. Hopefully, like, it doesn't look like the mic can actually catch it, but you know, just in case. And let's get this over with. Nevertheless, defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, you're not following the plot, Band 6? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out that the possibility that the man shot himself.
How the fuck is he gonna do that from the back? Okay, whatever. I know that he threatened to kill himself a lot, but still. And that led us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
Do you not follow the plot, you guys? That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
Oh, God. Ha 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 ha. It's like the male version of Ojo-sama, I feel. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. You little upstart, you made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there in the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact. Naturally. You did a shitty job at it. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought have never crossed your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... Stop voguing. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? You're seriously doing this?
You're suggesting.
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What?
Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, I may become the Joker. I mean... You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing will give me greater pleasure. I hate this guy. Oh, he makes me become the Joker. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. and she tossed the gun at the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Sounds fake, but okay. Like, it sounds fake. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Now it's a lie. He's lying. Claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Yeah, and he's lying. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Is this what you discussed with Gregson? Is this your incredible strategy to get away with this shit? I swear to... Gregson, I swear to God, if you're behind this guy getting away with it, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Like, Gregson, I'm never forgiving your fucking ass for that one. I promise you. No forgiveness for you, Gregson. None. Never. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. The accused, even. And as I said, she was showering his blood. You said the blood splattered over the accused's coats. Are you sure on that point? I guess, quite sure. All over the black of her coat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Yeah, but you discredited my entire investigation thingy with the other blood samples, so you can't just be like, oh yeah, for those blood samples we're gonna go and say that it doesn't count, but with these blood samples it definitely does. Fuck you, Ansix. What? Only very recently a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Except when he does deductions, then he's kind of an idiot, but you have to just go along with it. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Okay, but Van Six, at no point you have brought up fingerprinting, and fingerprinting exists since the 1800s. We're in the 1900s. Just saying, we could be doing fingerprinting. Is your choice that we're not. For the record, I think that the first time that it was used in a criminal, in a criminal investigation was around the 1911th, I think? Like, it was very early 1900s. So, like, by all means, it could be an option. Bloodline, yeah, has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. It doesn't look good, no? Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they tested with the chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jeannie, I'm going to shoot. That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord 1-6, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord. I'm gonna grab that bottle on your desk and I'm gonna hit you in the head with it. I swear to fucking God.
And while we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once we find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Oh boy, my case is fucked.
Counsel,
Yes, my lord.
your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh boy. I hate this guy. Well. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's not likely. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the guy dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
Why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. No one believes that. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the corner, so Mr. Wilson Splatter here told us to tidy up. He here he's a blooming mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a... Dude, you're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Yeah, excuse me, Wait, what? Why are you guys fighting?
Excuse me.
Gregson, what the fuck? Gentlemen.
Something wrong, sunshine?
Yeah, actually. That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulking. I mean, he's a bit of a hooligan, eh? What was going on just now? Sorry, you got me whistle. Why the place? She said, you mean that the gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? No, excuse me. Oh, God. Cause we know nothing about it, or that flaming beehole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God bless me, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this Ziggy's with the wheelies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally a sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Iris, sweetie, that's a special case. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. That's what I said. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Yeah, a little too out of character. What's your feeling, Uno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. Well, you have to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once I discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Gina's coat. He doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? I know that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use step-stoops too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstains on Gina's coat. I do wonder where though. I guess I don't have any other options but to press on him. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scurrying the counter when he suddenly appeared and fled at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. It means just getting out of my life. Yeah, we're just a regular meat-manner burger, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of fitted items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it a 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to hand me the overall, but the OGs had chucked me over the blooming counter. I put me gun on the old fella, and that was to make him scarper. Pair of you setting upon the poor defensive pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, love.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
The bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I brought my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's a bullet wound. Most people just stitch it up because, yeah, those are usually big. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed you was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through the door of the back.
Which one? What do you do?
I kinda hate when you have to press everything. Not for nothing, it's just, it gets a little tiring. You mean you chase after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, surprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But it's a small opening in it, about head high, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Like you got she nothing of the circle.
I doubt these two buffons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what do you see? What do you see next? I can't read it.
Hold it!
Okay, we're almost done with this. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpockets had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun raised my arm, and yes, the Skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene! Ah!
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry.
You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Chilling image, I must say.
He is so lying. Why are you always lying?
Hold it!
This motherfucker. I'll over her.
Yes, through the big hole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What would the code be in such a dark color? But I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood.
Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. But it's no Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's not right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying! If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Boy. Oh, there it is, okay.
My lord? Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Have the results of the text that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. It's not like I could object and be like, I object because it sucks for my case, actually. I mean, if I was Edward, I could probably do it because he has, in fact, done basically that. But he's been overruled every time that happens, so...
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. For the extent of the state, it would appear they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound.
You know that's not true. You know that's not fucking true. A bloodshot wound wouldn't even cause that much splatter. You know that's not fucking true. He was shot on the back. He wouldn't have splatter in front of her. You know, I like Gregson. Like, I thought he was silly. Annoying but silly, like any good detective in an Ace Attorney game. I retire my words. He is now on the shit list and he will be killed at my earliest convenience.
End of report. Goodness me.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
Why on earth make you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? We already established that I made a mistake, and that I'm gonna get my ass handed to me after this trial about that. Do you have to be a dick about it as well? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
Now how to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't have the answer to that problem, but it can be done. But you're so lucky that people have not invented carbon 14. Is that how you call it in English? It's how it's the direct translation in Spanish. I don't know if that's what you call it in English, to be fair. You're very lucky that carbon 14 have not been invented yet. Use Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Will you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I mean, if you prove that you're good at chemistry, yeah. I held out Fiersky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sorry, I'm just looking at the mouse. I love the mouse. He's so cute. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
I'm going to kill this fucking Vogan piece of shit so much. Like, if he doesn't die by the end of this, I'm the one killing him.
How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is as if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Okay, who is it?
My lord!
Oh, that is you. Okay, oh god, the jurors are gonna fuck me over. Okay, now it's the jurors' time to fuck me over.
I mean, a long battle is won, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah. I love you, little mouse. I love this leaf. That mouse is the best character in the entire game. No offense to Wagahai, who is, you know, up there, but like, it's a tiny little mouse. It makes squeaky noises. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to feel, you know? Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I come so far. And in the end, it didn't even matter. Why is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who is it? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Wait. Is it Sholmes dressed as a bailiff? Sholmes, do you disguise as a bailiff? Are you doing a funny? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Yeah, it's definitely Sholmes just in a disguise. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Nah, he's just really good at disguises. Actually, really bad at disguises. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Why is your leg like that? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Helly, it's really you. You're awake at last. I know you were awake last night and you didn't, and you lied about it, and I'm gonna fucking kill you for that one. How could you do that to me? Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to your lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Why say you to this, Lord Van Six? Van Six, please. Don't screw me. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish and insubordinate to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. I just called you insubordinate and churlish, Gregson. Now shut the fuck up. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? It sucks that you're alright. Go be depressed somewhere else. Alright, I'm all wrong! Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Please forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hardly, this place is full of idiots. That's what I've been saying this entire time, Iris. Thank you. None of them care. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical analysis is. They're all wood and they're all assholes, and I don't like them.
Ah, well, that concussion mask was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community.
An oversight on my part. Why? Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you these, my dear fellow.
A lunch? You brought me lunch? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? Yeah, like for a bento box. Did you bring me a bento box?
A living present from Mrs. Sato.
From Mrs. Sato. She made me lunch.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are one to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A living present for Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, that's Iris's little cat flap maker thingy. Right. I remember that much from the beginning of the episode. Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. Cat flap. Meow to you too, sweetie. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flap mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry fella wagging in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. That's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? Wait, is Susato also in the conspiracy? Is that why she said that?
That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? Wait! Wait, is the little, like... Is the hole on the door that we found, like, is that thing from the cat flapomat? Was it made that night? Because if that's the case... Oh, you motherfucker. Stop breaking the chalices! Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Also, it should be your 5 minutes are over, just saying. I would argue that that's correct. Bitch.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, The die is cast.
Is it really?
The judges are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my lord friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. I can't use the cat flap. Like, if I'm not mistaken, and this is because that hole in the door was made that night after Graydon left. If I'm not wrong, I can't prove that without cross-examining the guy. So I need further cross-examination. Like, a summation examination is not gonna change anything for me right now. I need to prove that he was incapable of watching inside that room. That's the only way I get away with this. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The judges have spoken. Oh god. I hear someone fall. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second, I heard someone fall. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. No one was damaged or hurt in the creation of that moment, thankfully. Looking around with staircase, well, with ladders technically. You know how it is. Anyway, where was I? Alright. The judges have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness, which is the one that is right there. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Excuse me, I think I hit my mic a little bit.
So nobody can say anything then. If we're not asked to assume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
Now, this is just the British cards, which is absurd,
But still. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
one?
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Well,
Okay. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord?
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Okay, he's dead.
Mr. Sholmes!
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Probably.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I was. I'm almost finished with my coffee. There. That was some good coffee.
To stand so insouciantly? Insouciantly? Is that how that's pronounced? Not gonna lie, I never saw that word before. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Yeah, he should be in bed, this motherfucker. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I don't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Or Susato-san, who is the one who gave us the evidence. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Okay, so I just need the one statement where I can actually fuck him over with the cat flapper-mat. Sorry, I think this is the first time we had this music. Oh, this is good! Like, all of the soundtrack has been great, but like, this one is great! Okay, this one.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door for them. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Ah.
But the cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Orly? It doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flooding the Bank Zoo.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windyvan had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes who, got shot.
Yes, the 3 of us worked together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. That is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Yeah, that's like that, bitch.
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, and not the visible kind. Not the kind you can peep through.
Riddle with. Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that felt like I was shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is, because you usually expect people to believe that plating can cut through a solid wooden door.
Oh yes, I understand it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kui, time for dinner. I love... Well, hi. Well? Ah.
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flags in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
But
The cat flags my cat flag makes are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people and Windybanks are an exact match. Or she is lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my land student friends to be turned to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Yeah, that country has a name. You can't just say for Japan. You can't just say Japan. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for that contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Six?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Six. Well, Council, give me a second. I need to check something. Where are the photographs? Check. It appears that it has no peephole that is visible. It appears that it has a peephole visible. Okay, team! We got them. We are so back, as they say.
Don't give up now, Uno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through like a cat.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world, unless she's part of the conspiracy, in which case she's still the greatest judicial assistant in the world, but she does have like a little stain on her record. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the peephole in the door at Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Yeah, here.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Misusato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this a scenario and make sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. A catalog? That's a new one. So dramatic. Even when he gets his breakdown, he has to talk about it. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My lawyer's friend assistant's skill can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Six. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Okay, don't go that far, dude. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Theo, he can't work his way out of it now.
Chris?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat store after the cat has voted. Isn't that right, Uno? As Early always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. He doesn't sound that smart most of the time. No matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Bungie enlightened the court, explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. Like he shouldn't have known about the bloodstains because he couldn't see them. The bloodstains that were present on Mr. Strad's coat.
That's right. The victim blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously I...
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. And since that time, the police have been on Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Six?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied. Oh. It's not the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Greggy, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass for that. Greggy, you and your parent, you're in the stupid conspiracy that's going on.
Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Well, you see, is this asshole called Tobias Gregson? He's a piece of shit.
That!
And he lied to me. He lied to my face. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We'll learn of it during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in process that he received this information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Yeah, I mean, they were like whispering to each other for like a good hot second while I was cross-examining Gina. Did you forget that part? And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceeding resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions could have possibly had occurred. Wait, did you forget that they were whispering to each other while I was cross-examining Gina? Oh, I just remember something, Luna.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Well, the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scalded Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
Gregson, all cops are bastards!
Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. I'm good at my job, goddammit. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bueno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Consul. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness? Wait. Oh, the disc! Is the second disc. That's what he wants. It makes no... Like, he already had this disc in his possession. It makes no sense unless what he wanted was the second one, because he wants whatever message is in the music box disc. Discs, plural.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited on Windybanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leak's classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
But I want it. It's mine. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm so remiss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely, I mean I wasn't sure of it myself.
I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Don't come and don't lie to me, you bastard.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music books, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Wait and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. Is the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Ah!
Objection!
What now, sweetie? If, and I stress if, this sovereign assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What does that have to do with anything?
What that's supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then, you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Wexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
Let me guess, he's gonna say no.
This young lad wants to tone down his investigation. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Oh, you bastard.
However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispels any doubt about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
Okay, so he doesn't have it. He wouldn't do that if he had it. If he doesn't have it, then where is it? It's not gonna be. It's not gonna fucking be on Graydon. That would be stupid. He wouldn't put it back on him. Oh, this motherfucker! That's so smart. Oh, this bitch. Oh, okay. You know, smart little bastard. Small little bastard. I got it. Okay. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now tether, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Golden Yar here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. A little too serious, even.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
No, I want to search someone else, actually. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nipponish stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Wait, did I choose the wrong option?
fair enough, I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
No, I'm being mega rational, actually. Be quiet, all of you. Who is it? Oh, it's yeah. I should have expected that is Iris. For a moment, I thought that Holmes might be alive again.
We're not doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
That's not the British way, sweetie, but thanks for believing that. That is so not the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at that moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Good old Nash Culkin.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Culkin.
Well, I never.
Why me? Me, him?
Very well then, bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Von Six.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Ah. Bailiff, carry out the search and whack that man's balls.
Now, I don't know nothing. And nothing about that disc. Cut it out! Ah, my privates.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Well, well, well.
Good lord, that's
Another music book disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Hey Gregson, do you want to explain that to me? No? Okay. That is the second music book disc left behind by Magnus McGildet. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? I feel bad for his fish and chips. I wish they were mine so I could be the one eating them.
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
I mean, just go and flaming bent. I swear I know nothing about this, honest to God.
Counsel, will you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. Is he? I mean, I guess he eats, but also... But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
Yeah, that moment there. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Culkin by his coat and was shaking him violently, and kind of in a way that is easily defined as silly. Yeah, he didn't know. Told me Noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd be born as a brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I hadn't got a clue! He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazer didn't you mention the thing gun when you got down at the station? That's what he said. Yeah, it right out in my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket?
Oh, it's not that good. Thank you, but it's not that good voice acting. I'm just doing my best.
This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
I'm still really embarrassed about the fact that I cannot do a good vampire voice for 160, if anything. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Everyone persons like drag from a hotel transit. That's fair. That's, to be fair, that's fair. And still, thank you. I appreciate. I put a lot of effort. My throat ends up hurting after every time that I do an Ace Attorney game, so I do appreciate that people find it at least decent. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating on the direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. Ah, thank you. To slip the second disc in his pocket.
So it was all a pretense.
Nothing to say about it, Graydon?
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon! You're gonna keep bogging about it?
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
Yes, there is. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You. What? Actually, I would say you motherfucker, rather. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done is been in the name of justice.
I do not believe you. I know that there's some fucking conspiracy going on. I've noticed it in the beginning, and now I'm 100% sure that you're involved in it, Gregson. I don't know what the conspiracy is, but I know you're in it. And I don't have to trust you.
As members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Mouse. I love that mouse.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings.
Graydon is yeah, he's extremely British, that's for sure.
Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at these cases. It's all a blur to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a high-skill operator. Stuff. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it! These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now.
Isn't he going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then...
We're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time to impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence, you have thus far not presented to the court.
But let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty, obviously. So there's no choice anymore now, you have to throw some more evidence on them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this.
Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna present it against Graydon because we know he's guilty. I have to discredit Gregson for this to work. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Oh, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's actually genius. It's playing them. It's playing the discs. We have one of the discs now. We can play them.
Take that!
Oh, that's so smart. Oh, this game is so smart. Like, genuinely, this is so smart.
Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box, counsel?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to be played. Ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, is this counsel? No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
It does. If the government secrets are there. Not true, Inspector. Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from these music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be marking an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Gregson, nobody likes the British government. Not even the British like the British government. I wouldn't worry about that.
Objection!
Those poor potatoes are going to... the fish? That fish and chips is gonna be a mess by the end of this. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, as Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. And 6, I swear to God, if you break that chalice again. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, 1-6, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Not the boot! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Thank you, 1-6. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as his music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Okay, but like, what if we don't know Morse code? We're gonna get like a translation? Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code!
Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up!
Okay, but can I have a translation of what it said? I want the government secrets. I want to know the government secrets. Please. 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 Please, please. I love government secrets. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Like specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Easter lawyer said.
I have a name.
When the trial resumed after a recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear.
Except it didn't happen. Because you suck, and he sucks, and I'm good at my job.
The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury!
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Of course you weren't. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank.
You! Traitor!
Bro! Bro, calm down! Unnecessary. That's a little... Come on, guys, that's a little too much. Bailiff, restrain that man! At once, and walk the rules. That's it then. It's all over. Well, that's good. I despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. God, your sub-story. Okay, Han. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours.
Honey, you need therapy.
I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Wilburton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills will suffice to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd see him since I left the slums and years earlier.
Really? You never, visited? What an ass. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me the tools, will you? They're in the loft.
That's why I had him make the 2 discs.
The device splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music books for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc.
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why it was that for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Mirroton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed deal with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Oh, he was just trying to get him out of it. You got your dad killed, you bastard.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home.
He's so stupid. Like, he had a good job, he was doing okay, and he fucked it up just for wanting money from McGilded. He's so stupid. Everyone's honest reaction to this.
It was only then that I found out what sort of monsters McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name.
To exact revenge! Revenge! As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Oopsie! That's my fault. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a fast from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil by then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spent nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monsters deserved.
Oh, so you're the one who... Okay.
That tragic accident followed in the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilded's death that day
Was caused by this man. He's justified. This one I forgive. He's still an asshole, but like, I forgive him.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
These officers is sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter! Hired by me! Amogus. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was dosed in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilder inside and set him on an on-way journey to hell.
You don't have your hat anymore, you know? You don't have to do the thingy with your... Okay.
An eye for an eye. That's why I avenged my father's death.
Spine-chilling account indeed.
Okay, but what about Windy Bank?
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGildet.
Yes.
There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remember something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGildet. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them.
Oh, look now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windy Bank's from Brokery.
Ah, it's a pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to leave a name, just hand over the ticket and tell them the fiend the word for it. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Ah, you know, Mr. Graydon. London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. You know, it would work if they had a another crossover with Layton. Well, that would be an idea. If they ever deem to do anything with the series again, ever, in the first place. Not with Layton, there's a new Layton game coming next year, I believe. I mean mostly the series.
So I knew that if I'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGildet's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
He was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she didn't remember McGildet's overcoats and the Oan disc that was his pocket. The all-important music box was and with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been fulfilled 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGildet was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast. I'm kind of surprised, actually.
My orders were to recover the solid information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possession and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I'm sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. with the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of unfitted articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? Oh. Right, the first band.
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The worker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
And then he killed him. Okay. Great job.
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fire back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately, for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night.
Oh, finally. That took him a while. Boy, that took him like a hot minute. Hydration.
The court's reaction to this?
So, can you give Gina a non-guilty verdict now, guys? Would that be cool? Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. If you stare into the abyss for too long, the abyss will eventually stare back. You've become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Man, that's kind of raw. the kind of hits. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, you don't say. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank. Well, thank you for that. And the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges. You will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping the criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garbage Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Oh, thank God.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
The mouse! That mouse is the best character. I hope he appears again in the second game. Haha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Wuno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if I'd come out on top for a while there. For most of the while, even.
Tutti was right, you're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not?
I mean, the guy that has that mouse is literally the Russian terrorist that appeared in the second case. Well, was referenced in the second case. It would be nice if I saw the mouse again, just because the guy is there.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windy Bank's pawnbrokery,
Getting the Maya treatment even. Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting that much for a mouse, but I would like that because I love the mouse.
you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Ah, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening.
And turning your attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music boxes contain a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Right so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh, fuck off! It's the British government. What kind of secrets are you gonna keep? That you're invading some place? That you're doing a colonialism? We all know you're doing a colonialism, hon. It's too early for James Bond to be a thing. That's like in the 60s. You have 60 years before that it is like anywhere near like a government secret that you have like, you know, a secret service. Ah. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... Oh, you. I thought it was Gregson, actually. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madame, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different notes. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? I mean, it could be another type of code. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired by Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. God damn it! But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
Appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing. I don't see Mazdays in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Aww, she's growing up. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. She's definitely coming back to the courtroom at some point. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yay! Where's my fireworks? Come on. Yay! We've done it! Kelly! Don't throw that! That's probably expensive to make. That's so. Court is adjourned. Well, at least we solved this case. Why are we here? With you? Alone? I don't like that. I don't trust like that. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering very different cultures. Is that supposed to be like, you know, am I supposed to think? Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, is that supposed to be an insult or? I don't think there's anything curious about it. Can you stop being racist for 5 seconds? Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings, and we all do a little colonialism. We're not so very different on the inside. Good for a Nipponese. Honestly, the racism is always high when the English are involved here. Well, it's always high when the English are involved in general. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock sauce with you once again here in the courtroom. Van Six, I have a boyfriend. Like, he's dead, don't get me wrong, but I have a boyfriend. Yeah, no, it's not accurate, that is true. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayals at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. In the second game. In the second game? Yeah, there's a sequel. This is a duology. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Valley, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Can you stop doing that? So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again in the duology. I mean, like in the second part of the duology. You know, it's how this works. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I have a feeling it's going to be like Edwin did last. Nah, he's not gonna die. We need a prosecutor for the next one, so he can't die yet. It's done. Well, quote-unquote fake die, because we all know that that was bullshit, but okay. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? And that's where the mouse took the role. Ah, yes. Prosecutor Mouse. That would be a choice. Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Please stop being a thunder for 5 seconds. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, believe in me, right up to the end. Yeah, as sad as your name. It's a perfectly normal name in Japan. Well, no, it's not that. I'm pretty sure it's not a common name in Japanese, but still. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. Well, that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. That make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Fuck, crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryonosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith is his client, and how much he can aura farm. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. And the more faith he has in himself, the more he can aura farm. And that's why he aura farmed too close to the sun. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Sholmes, just wear your normal clothes if you want to be noticed. Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for eternity! Haha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see? No, get back to resting, I don't like you. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. To rest after getting shot at. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Done great detective, yeah? Great at being called a size, baby. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Why you be having us news in your nice old vest? Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, have a feel. Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but, an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Ah, the Reaper, you mean. That's anyone who'd found not guilty in a trial he was working on once of dead anyways, that it?
The very point I was trying to make, and exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I paid no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Really?
Cause now, the way I see, the Reaper's a bit like I'm obsessed.
Him obsessed? You mean like God?
Yeah, him obsessed knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that but and rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm obsessed, him obsessed makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
But I like that I'm like that McGilded's all these worlds, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oh yeah, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Obviously, I went to the main entrance specially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But don't wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made other fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, Willie.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weight and presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch! Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
You're not that guy, Paul. It is true.
Doesn't look like I'm gonna be going anywhere for a while. You heard the Judge Spada. I got stuff to make amends for apparently all them offenses. What was it again? Breaking an entry, taking the work to the stuff, what was in the blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But that ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it?
I don't think so.
Here, that got me thinking so. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a liar, did you, Oda?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. I wonder, that's a wonderful idea, Jeannie, and I'm sure you can do it. Where is he? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Ada? Yes? Is this necessary? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so you shot me. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase it had to missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strad. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you, or maybe it's not like I like you or anything. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Jeannie. She'll be fine. I don't think it counts if she attacks me. It's like in The Stranger, where when Mersol shoots the Arab man who doesn't have a name and he's just referred to as an Arab man. Like, it doesn't count. Like, he's not in trial because he shot a man. He's in trial for not being a Christian and not caring for his mom. So, well, not caring, quote unquote, like not being affected by his mom's death. So, I think he's gonna apply that same logic here. Right, I see, well. Aww. Thanks, Oda. Aww. Oh, baby! Thank you for everything that you've done, for believing in me. I forgive you for shooting me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again in the second part of the Ludology. Well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot about the paper outside. It's a special edition that is trial all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, well anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Wuno? Ali? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there again. Ah, why then? Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's why, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sword. Don't... the great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I barely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid out the locomotive. Elementary. How many foibles do you know? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Ah yes, we have an ending like the one from the first Ace Attorney where Maya lives for the mountains. I see. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Fishy's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Well, Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law, like as a concept? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is certainly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. It's capturing the photographic point of the shop by one of Hurley's right-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Those thoughts started to run through my mind. Remember the trial 2 months earlier? The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? Sure. Is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. You know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That's my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have acknowledged knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Stratz. Mrs. Sato. Through this, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. Well, understandable. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Oh. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. In a manner of speaking, she's still, guilty of all of the other crimes. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure, until we start the second game. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. Now, though they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted? In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Fair. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. What now? Sogi? What? Well, that can be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just say Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, it wasn't even seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Please, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. And may I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
Yeah? But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes is made of the color drained from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications.
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names.
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Gregson.
Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, where is it, Sushi? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What? Wilson? John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy?
Sholmes, why are you making that face and covering your eyes and not saying anything? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, this is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Yeah, he looks like he's going to laugh. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Wait. So, let's say that that's a list. We know that Wilson is dead. Gregson is not. We don't know who Aishin is. And then it's Kazuma. If Wilson is dead, is this a list of people that they need to kill? Because Gregson is still alive. Oh, wait, Gregson is still alive. Oh, is Gregson gonna die in the next game? I swear to God, if Gregson dies in the next game, I was supposed to kill him myself. For screwing me in this case. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Sushi and Runo come from?
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University.
We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. You know, guys, lying to a child about the death of her parents is not smart. But do whatever you want, I guess. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Punk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Shushi? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Sato. Thank you so much. I wish you all of you the very best. Until we see each other again, I mean, in the second part of the duology. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me, you know, as my assistant. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Shushi? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles, which we still don't know anything about, actually. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Shushi. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Varia when I was dragged out from that wardrobe and still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. And then she left.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
God.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Yeah, in the second game.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Why are you bringing the Stradivarius to the port?
After all,
This man is
I have
ridiculous.
the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yeah, about that Ryunosuke, I think we're gonna get backstabbed in the second one. I don't know by whom, but I feel like we're gonna get backstabbed. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news.
The railway company has decided to sue over the special express trains apparently.
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Sato.
You love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like that sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
All of you are in so much shit. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I noticed the one he used here.
Then I really must say.
Objection!
Ah, classic.
That was good.
I know that people have told me a lot that this game was like peak. It is peak. Oh. So I missed. God damn it, Sholmes. I hate this man. I want him gone. I hope he gets depressed again in the second game. Goddamn bastard, this Sholmes. Why is Sholmes like this? He should not be in charge of a child. Oh, it's you. Can you die? Oh, and you too also. I almost forgot about you. And this other judge. Oh, and the Japanese detective guy. Okay, cool. It's been a while. Him and his eventual death by tuberculosis. Oh, Saseki! I miss you. You were so silly. I mean, I know that he's a staple for every first case, but I also, like, why is he here? Why do you have... Oh, obviously evil strong heart. I don't trust you. Yeah, that's a little fashy. Like, I'm surprised how obviously evil Strongheart is. Like, I know that he's gonna be like the villain for the second game. Like, I know it. I'm waiting for it. Like, he's so obviously evil. He's obviously evil, and he has such like the way he talked there, it has such a fashy vibe to it. He's like, yeah, that man is gonna make the trains run on time, if you know what I mean. So like, he's definitely evil.
Like most obvious evil man since Von Karma, I would say. He was really just assigned evil at birth. Like somebody saw the baby and he was like, yeah, this is an evil baby. This is clearly an evil baby. Oh, you too. Ugh. I hope I never see you again. You better not be in the second game. You're going to be evil as a bean, little butt. Yeah, exactly. He was just like, he was just shaped evil in the womb, and then come out, and then he come out, and he was obviously evil. Aww, that's sweet. Of course she's gonna become a cop. I mean, yeah, the character she's based on, it makes sense, but also like, honey, all cops are bastards, don't do that to yourself. Oh. You're so embarrassing, you guys. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not sure that's gonna happen because I'm still sure that I got involved in a conspiracy that I don't know about, so I don't trust that. Aww, that's cute. Sholmes, why are you like that? Why do you do that? Look at me, Sholmes. This man is impossible. Sholmes, like I had a discussion about this with someone else when I was like, you know, I don't like Sholmes that much, and the best comparison that I could give was that, you know, that meme about the autism creature, and then you have like another autism creature, it's like person who is like 1% more autistic than you, and then the first autism creature is just like, shut up. Like, that's the feeling Holmes gives me. It's like, yeah, honey, I get you, I'm also on the spectrum, can you stop? Can you stop doing what you're doing? Like, that's the energy that I get from Sholmes. That's how he makes me feel. But anyway, once the credits finish, we're gonna finish for today. I would like to do the credits. We're already an hour and a half over time the time that I usually finish the stream. Because I said, well, it's the ending, might as well do it. Wouldn't be the first time. Honestly, I'm so glad that I got to, like, I'm very glad that I got to this and that I played it after the the first series, like the actual mainline series, because I never played Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice. Oh no, I'm fine, don't worry. I have my water bottle. I do hydrate. Like, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice were such bad experience for me. Mostly Spirit of Justice. Dual Destinies is like I could see some good things. Like there's a good game in Dual Destinies, but you kind of have to work on it. Spirit of Justice is just like, no, honey, we need to start from the very beginning. Like we have to rewrite the script. We have a problem here. This game is so good in comparison. Like, I had already, like, for the record, I played from 1 to 4, like from the first to Apollo Justice, when I was like a teen. And I almost finished the first investigation, but my save file got fucked, and then I gave up because the final section of investigation it takes forever. So I went, I did the original trilogy, I did Investigation, and then I did the second trilogy. And by far my favorite game has always been Apollo Justice. I think it has like the best beginning case. I think it has like the best connected storyline. It's an excellent game in general. I think that is basically on par with Trials and Tribulations. Honestly, this game has such a clear, like, how do I put this? Like, it really has a budget. Like, the writing is very good. It probably has like, if it doesn't win for best first case, it has like the second best first case in the series, because this is such a good first case. But this game is so clearly a game that had a budget and knew how to use its budget, which is, it impresses me. And I see it mostly in the animations. Like, the characters are so well animated, they're so, like, it's very lively. This is a very lively game, which Dual Destinies and especially Spirit of Justice, like, it's not like the animation was bad, but there was a lot of repeated usage of animation. Like, it was so tiring outside of the fact that the plot was everywhere. Like, I said this once to someone that from Spirit of Justice, I think that the best case, the case that I like the most, from Spirit of Justice is the joke case. Is the joke case that you have about the soba shop. Because it was the only one that didn't annoy me with all of the other stuff that the rest of the storyline has. So, like, that's not a good sign. But, like, Spirit of Justice was just a thing that happened. This game is incredible. Like, it really just started really good, and it continued being good. And it did not stop being good at any point. Like, this is genuinely an incredibly good game. I'm so glad. Like, I know that everybody, like, every single person that I know that played it told me it's peak, I promise you it's peak. And it's not like I didn't believe them. But it is genuinely, by far, not only an incredible Ace Attorney game, a very consistent Ace Attorney game. Like, just incredible. Like, genuinely great. But yeah, we're an hour and a half over time. We're gonna finish for today. First of all, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we're doing something else. It's my day to relax, and I need to have my voice rest for a second. And then on Friday, because I don't stream Wednesdays or Thursdays, on Friday we are immediately starting the second part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles duology. I think it's called Resolve. We're starting Resolve on Friday. So we're back on the grind. We're gonna find out what the conspiracy is about. I wanna know. The people want to find out. So by all means, I'm finding out about that conspiracy on Friday. But that's for Friday. So again, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. And otherwise, I'll see you on Friday for more of the Great A Satanic Chronicles. Don't trust the British. What can I... Well, not even the British. Don't trust the English, I guess is the best way that we can summarize this. Just don't trust them. Bad plan, bad idea. No, doesn't work. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.